No tõesti, 1, 2, 3 räägime suhteliselt sellise vaikse häälega, et kas on midagi kuulda, kas saab jutust aru? Mingil põhjusel on ragised kõrgelt, aga proovime selle mikrofoniga. Et kui siit rääkida, siis peaks midagi olema kuulda.
Seda Ingele palun klikkeri kaasa võtta, ma ei tea, kas esimest ei olnud, mul on see, ma siis annan selle Ingele pärast.
Enda olemusega läks kadunud selle vastuvõtte poole.
Ja no see ongi see, ma arvan, et enam vist tuleb kuskil selle panna sinna sisse ja siis panna ise võtta sisse.
kaamerapilti tuli?
Ma ei tea, ma käisin vahepeal küsimus, aga nähtavasti Annale siis. Ma olen Madri. Ja Anna pidi selle siis edasi saatma. Aga kui teil on, siis ma võin talle ka öelda, et ta läheb kohe ülesse.
Mis ruumis ta?
Ta on minuga koos seal, see T207 rektoraat, jah. Tuttu ja. Aga ne pani nimekirja, Ei, ma panen. Ma tean, üks muusika mängi. Räägin nüüd enne, kui ma sõime. Natukene siin arvutus, ma tulen siia pool tundi ees. Mul on see rool. Kas nad teevad selle tubliga saadab mulle sõnum siis, kui esimene esindaja või... 14.50. Saada sõnum siis, kui hakkab. Jah. Palju maksis? See teine tüüp ütles ära või? Sa ütles? See on nagu kollektsionääri.
kirjas puudub ka, et mida ja läbisaamiseks
sa kustad pultoodi onju, et katsetame siis tere, katsetame siis
ei saa striimida otsa. Chrome'iga
tervist. selles mõttes, et me võime istuda ka.
Honorable guests, welcome to Estonian Academy of Arts to our annual event, EKA Design Showcase. I call it annual because it already has happened once last year, and it is again, and certainly we will do it again next year. So already mark it in your calendars. Let's meet again next time. So today we present the newest examples of innovative cooperation of design industry. My name is Kristjan Mändmaa. I'm the Dean of Design in the school and today's moderator. The Estonian Academy of Arts actually has its deepest roots in industry cooperation. In 1914, when the school was founded, it was created as a training facility for local creative businesses, workshops and factories of textiles, ceramics, glass, jewelry, etc. It's also a nice coincidence that the new building we are currently at is located within the walls of historic textile factory Ravani, one of the energetic and successful enterprises that gave start to the industry of the young Estonian Republic 100 years ago. No doubt the industry itself has changed. Smart technologies and digital services have taken over. But what hasn't changed is our academy's involvement in industry projects. In the last 10 years only, there have been more than 200 projects conducted in cooperation with businesses and other institutions. Today, we are more active than ever. With every passing year, Estonian companies and organizations begin to appreciate the role of design more and more. The Estonian Academy of Arts as the country's leading competency center in design, is able to provide the most innovative ideas, concepts, and prototypes. Within our broad range of programs, from ceramics to textile to industry and digital design, every partner is finding a good match. EKA Design Showcase introduces just some of the newest projects. Today, we will take a look at what's happening in space technology, digital services, logistics, transportation, healthcare, charity, construction, and architecture. Welcome to the future. A few words about the schedule of the day, which you also can see on the screen. The program is pretty tight. Each presenter gets about 7 minutes plus a couple of minutes for questions. At 3 o'clock, we have a coffee break, and it will take place on the second floor. You have to go up the stairs. And at the end of the event, at 4:30, we will announce the winner of the annual Abacon Creative Award for the best fashion and textile student. And there's also an exhibition which opens at 5, but during the coffee break, you can already take a look at it. And this is located on the third floor. So second floor for the coffee and third floor for the exhibition. At 5 o'clock, there's a chance to network yet at the coffee corner. And at 5:15, who's interested to take a tour in the new building, you should gather at the entrance of the school, and you will be shown around in the building. And last but not least, I hope is the exhibition next door at 6 o'clock. There's an opening of 3 young artists exhibition here. So much to see, so let's get on with it and start with the first presenter. One of the most successful corporations we've ever had has been the joint venture between our academy's interaction design program and the Estonian e-residency. Nearly all design proposals by our students have been accepted and are currently being implemented for this innovative service. Oit Vatter, the e-residency deputy director, will tell us more.
Hello. Happy to be in your new building. Last time I was in the Art Academy building was the party of the last building, the last party, and I think they've come a pretty long way. So awesome! Congratulations for the building. I'm here today to give you a short overview of what we are doing due to the Art Academy. So what kind of developments we implemented, why it was good, and what we dropped. But just before I go into the interaction design part, mostly I think you're aware what e-residency is or digital identity part of it. So can you raise your hand who knows what e-residency is? Excellent. I have to explain that part. I would like to show you a part where the e-residency actually began. So what was it like in the beginning of the program? So, this is my good friend and colleague Kaspar, who is in his car currently when we launched the e-residency first application platform. And during that time, we were having a conference call with the developers, and we almost caused an international scandal because we got a list of countries from the foreign ministry, which was outdated. So it was from 1998. And from that time on, there had been new countries actually acknowledged by Estonia and the European Union. But we uploaded the wrong list to the e-residence application site, causing China and Hong Kong and a few other countries to send a diplomatic note to Estonia. Which kind of explains what or how the program got started. So this was basically done just with very little means, quite similar to a student project in the beginning. And when we validated the first idea of e-residency, how it can be done, and there's actually a product market fit. So this is the quick timeline how the project got started. went into parliament. The parliament accepted this unanimously, though probably most of the parliament members didn't understand what they were voting for. We had the first ever e-resident and public beta in 2015. And we created the program with the dream of us having basically this being under the board in 2017. So that e-residence team would be necessary, so this would function inside the government without actual us being there. This was the dream. Today we have 18 people working for us, so it never happened, unfortunately. So what we did with the interaction design students, we mapped out the product market fit for e-residency. So we told them that we would like to understand which market that this product use and what kind of differentiates were there for these different markets. Also, we wanted to understand if the user experience inside Estonia, creating a company and applying for e-residency could be improved. The answer is it could be improved tons. Some photos of the presentations that we had. And I took one kind of slide out of the presentations to illustrate what or how the methodology was implemented. So kind of to understand the journey of the resident. So where he actually feels comfortable and where he drops off. So here you can see the customer support was definitely an issue. Opening a bank account at that time was definitely not an issue. And then the service providers or the after kind of consultations was an issue. So we took this feedback into implementation, and we actually created this network for e-residents, or community where they could communicate with each other. After that, our net promoter score went 6 times higher. So today it's 49% of the respondents. The net promoter score, if you recommend this to a friend or not. And highly likely or not at all. Overview of the community. So today we have over 50,000 e-residents. Definitely not all of them are active, but 50,000 who actually communicate with each other. So what we understood from the design students was e-residents' main pain point is information. And we, in our team, as we have basically a support team of 2 people, we can't understand and we can't answer the questions. So we kind of enabled this, that the e-residents would answer the questions to themselves. Okay, today e-residency is the most recognized Estonian international brand, at least in the IT sector. People don't talk about TransferWise, Skype anymore, but they talk about e-residency, and the media coverage is huge everywhere. And we have a few famous people that we use for marketing purposes. I don't think the Pope ever uses his card. So the community, I think this was one of the biggest findings or recommendations that came from, I think, 3 presentations, not just one. So today we have validated the community idea, and it is in progress. So a little bit about the 2.0 that you have probably read from the media, which is a kind of widespread or more widespread implementation of e-residency. So imagine that we have 50,000 people who have paid 100 euros and traveled from embassy to get this card. So they have some kind of relationship to Estonia. They want to be part of Estonia. They call themselves like Estonian. And today we're not using them as we would or we could, because we believe that with the 2.0 you can actually use or export Estonian culture, for example. You can export Estonian art. There are people already who are so interested in becoming or consuming Estonian products, Estonian culture, that we can actually use these 50,000 people much more. So e-residency 2.0 is basically a widespread campaign to use these e-Estonians. It also involves some aspects of national security, because the more people actually know us, our country, the more difficult it is to invade our country. And then, of course, the economic part of it, which e-residency initially was made so to actually gather more economic income and make lives of foreign board members comfortable. And we have very different e-residents from everywhere in the world. And we categorize them basically after the design students' presentations because they did interviews, so in-depth interviews with actual e-residents. We try to do that ourselves in our team, but again, limited resources and we don't have time for so in-depth analysis. We categorized it into many different groups, and the same logic we use to implement the 2.0 action points. So interview the student and public service people and opinion leaders who deal with e-residents. So that was also one learning curve. I was here or brought here to motivate you. So this is a very crazy project, I would say, and with students, I mean, the logic or why you go to university is that you want to do something pretty amazing, hopefully. And I think it only makes sense that you work with private companies. If you don't, then you don't have an actual traction what's happening in the real world. So I think more curriculums should be implemented together with companies or projects from the private sector. So e-residence is not a traditional private sector thing, but still a partnership with other sectors. So that's it on my part. Thank you again. Bye. Thank you.
There's always a chance to ask questions. So is there a question to the e-residency specialist? As the moderator does, I always have a question for you. I remember one of the most intriguing proposals for me was the idea of one day there being maybe 10 million e-residents or maybe 100 million e-residents. So what's happening to Estonia at that point? What's 1 million Estonians next to 10 million e-residents that are paying taxes and should maybe logically have more say about the matters?
That is a very sensitive issue at the moment with the elections coming up. And to tell you the truth, we have kind of slowed down the growth of e-residents in regards to that, because the first phase of e-residency was to get as many customers as possible, so to gather e-residents. Then we understand that actually economically more beneficial is companies. So that these e-residents create actually functioning companies. So certainly we started focusing on companies. And now we are predicting that in the next 3 to 4 years, if you're a successful company, we could actually invite you to become a resident. So we know your background, we know you're safe, you pay your taxes, it's all good. So we invite you to come to Estonia physically. But that is very sensitive at the moment. Then there is the philosophical question that if they should have their own representative in the parliament or a parliament body of e-residents. But again, that is so philosophical, and when you bring that up in the debate at the moment, so EKA will just murder it. So my short answer would be it is impossible at the time being.
Yes, but what I encourage is to do another project with students. It's a safe environment here. Nobody minds hypothetical philosophical questions. So thank you very much. One of the master programs we are especially proud of is the Joint Masters of Estonian Academy of Arts and Health Technical University. The program is called Design and Technology Future, also known as Design and Engineering from the past. And their recent projects are usually very futuristic. Today they'll take us to, and Professor Martin Tarnik, who is the head of the program, will introduce a lunar project, Big Luna.
Think big and fly high.
Proposal.
Yeah. We took this spot, but not the other one, but that's doing the private companies. It is Swiss Space Center. Luna is a project which plans to take 7 times, like 2 to the moon. So we could pay us for building So our students, along with other students from 14 different universities, have been working on the idea of habitat on the moon, in the ice. So it's not snowing like that, but yes, there is ice on the poles of moon in the craters, where the sun stays all the time in the horizon, and the temperature is around minus 200 degrees. Ice is good because ice is water. Water is good for life. Water as a hydrogen is good for fuel, and oxygen good for breathing. Ice is also a good place in this process because it can protect us from radiation, which is great. So when all other 14 universities have built their projects and taken some technical elements about this big guy, we looked it from the people's so it is arguable do we need designers to design interplanetary robots or robot habitat on the moon. But if you think that we put people in these robots for a couple of years, we definitely need designers and to think very, very carefully about the well-being of these people up there. So we have been working with this in technical university together with electronics, with biotechnology people, and computer science. This is what you will see now, the 4 projects. This is concept presentations. But the project will not stop here. During the spring term, prototypes will be developed, and they will be demonstrated in June in the ice cave in Matterhorn in Switzerland. So as close as we can get to moon conditions in Europe. So I give the floor to the person. It's called you, the bush chair.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Triin. Today I'm here to represent Team LEAP, and I will be the first of 4 teams to take you on a short trip to the moon, and hopefully back again in roughly 7 minutes or so. LEAP, it stands for Lunar Exercise and Activity Platform, and as the name already hints, our task was to design a physical indoor activity solution for the astronauts who will be living and working on the moon. But who are the astronauts we are designing for? Well, as we all know, they are highly motivated, trained, carefully selected professionals. But they face a lot of serious challenges up there. Things like getting good sleep or maintaining bone density, muscle mass, having a strong cardiovascular system, and even simply walking can be really challenging, mainly due to the low gravity on the moon, which is 1/6 of the gravity of Earth. And it does take a toll on the human body. So what are the astronauts currently doing to address these issues? Well, naturally, they exercise for countless hours, almost every day. They too, ahead of me. They do two types of exercise, aerobic and anaerobic, and it can really easily become tedious and monotonous, or just another chore during their already pretty busy schedules. Scott Kelly, an astronaut who has spent almost a year up in space, also says that there is a lot of isolation from the outside. You have very limited choice of what you can do during your days there, and the schedule is really controlled tightly by the mission control on Earth. So you can add these challenges into the already long list we had there before. And how do the astronauts try to cope with these issues? Well, they try to make the limited private time they have by, checking emails and having video chats with their families, hanging up personal mementos, and keeping up with their hobbies as much as possible. And one really favorite pastime activity they have is just simply gazing out, stargazing and earth gazing, because well, there simply isn't much to look at inside the International Space Station. But our project will take us deep into the ice caves on the moon, and there is even less to look at in those caves. So after having done all this research, we decided that what we really want to do is make exercising a smart, personal, really enjoyable experience for the astronauts. And thus we designed LEAP, the Lunar Exercise and Activity Platform. In designing LEAP, we were faced with a question: how might we do so that the exercising will become enjoyable and really engaging to the astronauts? And we looked into gamification because, well, first of all, gameplay is something that really comes naturally to humans, both on Earth and in space, as well, as you can see from this picture when an astronaut is juggling with oranges and grapes. And if we take the elements of game design and use them, we can make regular tasks, in our case, exercising, really engaging. We can, for example, introduce challenges and rewards and achievements into exercise. And in doing that, we decided to use the help of transformational games, sometimes also called serious games, because besides being highly enjoyable, they have a deeper meaning as well. They try to really change the players on a deep physical and cognitive level. Plus, they are engaging, helpful, offer some freedom over the way you exercise, and really just be motivating. In order for me to suit two astronauts with very different expectations and basically tastes, there definitely has to be a list of different games available, from world building to, for example, action or sports gaming. And we were thinking about open world games which are built on already existing game engines, so creating games is also more accessible to people. Now let's take a closer look at the elements of LEAP. There is the light and sound, there is electromagnetic bars for weightlifting, touch screen, which is curved and can be folded, safety harnesses, a rowing equipment, which in this picture is actually folded up, but we will see it in action soon. A textile pod which can create extra privacy, so the astronaut can decide whether to leave it open or close it, or leave it semi-open, and an inclining treadmill. Now, how does exercising with LEAP look like? Let's have a short exercise break. First of all, the astronaut logs into the system. It uses face recognition software. Then LEAP scans the body position of the astronaut. You can even select certain target muscles you want to work on. Choose a game from the list. Maybe use your favorite game that you have already saved, and start the warm-up. And the warm-up is then followed by the full aerobic and anaerobic workout. Here we can see the astronauts using the rowing machine and the inclining treadmill. And in the next slide, when the astronaut is doing a bicep curl, he's actually picking up rocks within the game. Or when he's squatting, let's see if I can make this good. Yes, he's actually lifting heavy loads. So every action you have in the real world has a reaction in the virtual world as well. The workout part is followed by a cool down and data collection, which means that the astronauts can get really deep and in-depth stats and personal metrics, feedback, and also suggestions from the virtual trainer and encouragement, which we all need as well. So, what are the benefits of LEAP? Why is it better than the already existing exercise devices, for example, on the International Space Station? First of all, we can really make exercise more than just a physical activity. We can add a social and mental layers. But there is a lot more. We can make it really a personal experience. So you can choose how and where you want to exercise. You can have your own private getaway, share and connect with other people through the games, exercise smarter, get metrics and feedback, and simply just be really engaged and immersed into the virtual world and decide whether you want to exercise on Earth or maybe in some other virtual environment. So all in all, LEAP is all about having an exciting personal experience either on the moon or on Earth. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Firstly, congratulations about it because some IT people that or some office people who sits several hours is very functional that. But I wonder that about the interface because, for example, yeah, we know some instructions that some movements have to complete that. During that movement, will we see that the percentage of that or to replace? Because, for example, some people who has stronger legs or less strong, for example, upper side, it needs to mentor it because for just complete and fastly using that tool, not 100% right way. For example, yeah.
This is why you have the body scan and the virtual trainer, so the posture correction is always visible. You are seeing if you are working your muscles correctly or not.
Oh.
So it is a vital part of.
So there's an alarm or
yes.
Yeah,
not an alarm, but it shows your body posture and it can highlight the areas where you need to maybe correct your posture or move your body in a different way.
Because it's one of the distinguishing factors according to gene.
Absolutely, yes. It is a learning and learning device which gives you actual feedback on the workout you're having.
And avoiding for unintended injuries.
Yeah, exactly. So it can help to prevent that as well. Plus, the thing with electromagnetic weights, it uses is actually that it senses when you are getting tired or you are suffering with the weight, so it can adjust it during the time you're exercising as well.
Great presentation. My question would be, are you locked in with the space industry only, or could you replicate this model into the less innovative gym industry, for example, the space gym?
Yes, we could, because I think also it is important that we want to connect astronauts to people working out on Earth as well. So there has to be leaps on Earth as well, not only on the moon.
I would send this to my fitness. Yes.
What was the term less?
It uses the electromagnetic weights, which means that it can add as much weight as is necessary because the gravity on the moon is 17% of the Earth gravity. So you have to add 5, 6 of your original weights and then something extra to really have a good workout.
Does it mean that there is some special device for that?
The same electromagnetic waves. This is what simulates the waves, because right now they use vacuum tubes, which also create extra weight for your body, and then for the exercise, it's doable.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. Next presenter is Orbis.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Team Orbis. My name is Sachin Sablo. And from past 4 months, we have been going through a lot of boom and a lot of space technology. So this is our journey, and we have created a similar similar brief for the project. So we started off to understand that how does a human actually work out in the earth, on the earth. So he's a social animal. So over the past historical civilization, we have seen how the man is actually moving around. He's actually being very competitive. He's created these societies around the world. Right? He's actually moved on, created revolutions, and he's always been competitive. He's always been aggressive about things, always been violent about these things. But we have to understand that he's trying to create a balance right now. So when you see this kind of balance happening, we have to understand that these progressions, which always happen, is due to these habits of the man. And he's always made a society in the end. So no matter what you do, he'll end up making a society. And this society is going to go up on the moon now. So it's very important for us that what's going to be welcomed when the human actually enters the moon surface. The first thing we see is the gravity. So the gravity is quite different out there. It's 1/6 of Earth's percentage. So how we design anything is going to be complemented with respect to that. So the next question is, how do you stay humane in an inhumane environment? Like it has no atmosphere, it has no oxygen, it's hostile. How do you actually create a humane environment for this person? So again, going back to the basics, what does a human do on Earth? He actually has to have a good human mind so that he can create some paradigm shifts, and hence the revolution starts. And when the revolution starts, the tradition and the culture comes forward. But for us, it was very important because this is the main crux of our theme. We have unknown and known parameters. What are the known parameters? It's basically the physical aspects, where the bone density is actually having a problem, the cardiovascular problems, the vision monitoring, because you're going to go on the moon and you're not going to see any atmosphere. So that's going to be a big problem for you. The mental aspects is the unknown factor, because when you go up there, you never know what the mind would go wrong with. You have stress, anxiety, and you would all kinds of depression. The discipline has to be followed, the routine has to be followed, so it has to have that. So this is the unknown parameter. The thing is, we have to adapt to live. We've been doing that since civilizations, we have to do the same there. So the human mind would be working with the physical and also the mental aspect. But we have to provide the environment for the same. And that's what our crux would be. We also have to make sure that if the person who's going up there should actually perform well. But to perform well, he needs to motivate himself. How does he motivate himself? So our ideation and inception was quite simple. We see what is already in there, who is designing it, what is there ready for us to see. So we see such structures around, like how we see other civilizations. This is what is a hypothetical situation right now. And we see that we have some opportunity in between the connectors. So we started streaming around our process that maybe we could target these areas. And we chose one of them. Like one of these connecting areas would be having a structurally stable structure. And this happens not because it has a molten lava inside, it happens because there's an Earth gravitational pull against it. Free movement. When you have a device like this, because the connector is there, you just have to pass by. You have to understand when a man is walking on the Earth, he's walking straight. But on the moon, he cannot walk straight. The CG tilts. So you have to have a surface which is much more different than a flat surface. A circular device would actually blend into the moon environment. So talking about the architectural point of view, we can easily blend it. Sorry. This this is the modular thing where you have two habitats, maybe you can multiply a device and create a path fit. So this is how it works. So the mental and the physical aspect. So we're coming down to the design now. How does the physical aspect actually correlate with mental? So that it's a two-way thing. The physical health conditions. So first, how does the human mind react to training? That is strength. He would get strength. The other thing would be group workout, so that there's competitiveness. He's challenging every time. Gamification is necessary because if he's not gamifying everything, it will be a boring life. And creative life, creative measures. We have to give that opportunity for him to work. Let him give a stroke of brush, let him use his art and skills, and so the cardio, this is the training part. The cardio happens to the servo motors attached there, and then there are resistors. Now, mind you, there are no motors there. He's using his own effort. There's no motor so that he doesn't slip off. He uses his own effort. Rowing. Rowing is the best exercise he can do because it at least targets 85% of its muscle density, and it can actually relax his muscles more than ever. Then comes squatting. It's another exercise which you can do with servo motors. The servo motor keeps moving up and down because it has a channel. Then group workouts. So as we showed that it's going to be elongated, you can actually have group workouts happening together. So you can compete and challenge, and then other parameters can be set. And you can just not do this, you can do other things too. You can play games also. Create a harness and you can gamify a tug of war. Something like this also. Maybe you have to pull and you have to reach that target. You can be creative there. Other things would be, since we are using the touch panels and energy, you can actually have create curiosity in what they can actually gamify. So this is an interesting part where you have these two mentally things. Then you have these lightings which appear inside the tunnel, and then you can start playing a different game. Something like this. So give them more freedom to do whatever they want to. But you have to understand they are humans. Come on. And we have to give them some other aspects too. So we target the physical one, now the mental part. So this is a two-way thing, remember? So the mental part, how will it affect the physical part now? So integrated isolation. Now he's not working in groups or activities, he's working in isolation. So his artificial environment would actually create connectivity with his loved ones if he wants to get connected. Or a different thing. He can practice yoga for his wellness, or he can meditate. Sorry, I just skipped one. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah. So this is the artificial environment where he can create, he can choose from many options, and he can create whatever environment he wants to be comfortable in. He can practice yoga, or maybe if this doesn't suit him, he can do it in this way. Whatever he likes, he can choose it. Many in body, one in mind. This is the main concept in the end, because at the end, that one person has to take a challenge and he has to make sure that the mission continues. So this is these small elements which will help him. And we added out some cool effects too, if you want to party or do something else. So this is just a small step. Right now, we are in this stage right now. We are building it, and we're going to launch it pretty soon. 2019, China has already, the rover has reached there, and there are 4 more missions in the next few weeks. So it's quite exciting here for the moon mission because it started in 2019. So it's pretty cool. And we're going to reach there in 2020. The first manned mission, which will be carried out after 4 years. So our future civilizations would be looking like this. And this is just a small step towards that. So indirectly, we're trying to bring Earth to the moon. So I would like to end with the last fact. There is one thing which is already planned, which has been happening right now, that many people use it on the Earth, and it's going to be on the moon soon. What is that one thing which you think it is? It's communication, 4G. Finland would be the first country in February getting 4G data from the moon back on Earth. You can go to Finland and actually see live data transfer happening there. So that's one thing which is coming up. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? As always, I have a question for you. You said that you mentioned many interesting facts about the moon in the presentation, and for example, 3 earthquakes that I didn't know about. But then, what other curious things you learned during your study which maybe necessarily didn't include in your proposal, but what really blew your mind?
It was 4 months, and every day we learned some new facts. So if I have to share a few more facts, it will take a lot of time. But I can share one thing so the ice cave is not a hypothetical thing; it's an actual thing. And one more fascinating fact was I didn't know that. So from the country which I'm coming from, the people of India actually found water on ice in 2008 by ISRO mission, and that actually European Space Agency is working with them coordinating, which I had no idea absolutely. So it's quite cool that water is found on Moon, and it's a big deal apparently. So we have to work for it, and we see good future apparently.
Okay. And one more thing is that, as I understand, these proposals will be built into real full-size prototypes. Is it so?
That's the plan.
Okay. So will it be moving parts and everything as a prototype, which you will
Yes.
test in this ice cave in Switzerland?
In next 3 to 4 months, which is the next journey, we have just executed the concept. So at least we will try to make sure that the servo motors and the visual description which we are trying to do, try to implement that physically, like it should be a working model in next 3 to 4 months.
We replan new teams to help to make it work. So this element. So there will be more engineers than there is now.
I'll be there.
Nobody's taking away, but you will get extra help.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please welcome Circa Dia, third team about the moon travel.
Hi, my name is Helen Senerin, and I'm presenting Circadia, which it means about a day. I must say, living for up to a year on the moon without seeing the outside world or your loved ones, constantly surrounded by colleagues who are actually the only people in the radius of 400,000 kilometers, was actually daunting, but go we must. Humans are hardwired for curiosity, and building a permanent habitat on the moon is a necessary stepping stone in space exploration. In order to get there, we will develop our technology and machinery to meet whatever obstacles we might find on our way. We're clever, no doubt, but cleverness won't speed along our evolution. Human body remains weak in the challenges of space, and human body always makes mistakes. People working to make the space exploration possible have actually gone as far as to say that human risk is one of the top 2 reasons for a possible mission failure. This toolbag costs approximately $100,000, and without it, critical fixes to the ISS had to be postponed. Currently, the space missions are run like military operations, legacy of Cold War. And in a way that makes sense. The International Space Station only floats about 400 kilometers above us, so it's easy to leave everything in charge of them. They even micromanage their schedules. So a day of the astronauts on the ISS looks about like this. When you put yourself in their shoes, how long can you last? I mean, we all like to have some sort of control of our days and doings. So when I thought of this, I thought of these creative people throughout history who have managed their days very differently. Balzac woke up at 1 a.m. to work, but Picasso slept almost until noon and didn't start work until 3 p.m. Both of them were highly productive. We're vast and we're diverse. We need autonomy to deliver our best results. In 2017, the Nobel Prize in Medicine and Psychology was awarded for discoveries about how internal clocks and biological rhythms govern human life. A remarkable inner clock adapts our physiology to the dramatically different phases of the day. It regulates critical functions such as behavior, hormone levels, body temperature, and metabolism. But circadian rhythm varies from person to person, day to day. So a few things that we can measure, like body temperature and melatonin levels. Before going to space, every astronaut goes through a 2-year training period, during which their circadian rhythm baseline can be analyzed to locate the peak and low moments of physical and mental ability. Thinking back to the differences of Balzac and Picasso, working together with health and routine coaches, the astronauts can, in addition, develop their preferred baseline schedule, which takes into account their preferences and habits. On the moon, our astronauts are now 400,000 kilometers away from us. That's 1,000 times further than the ISS at the moment. So we cannot micromanage them the way we do currently. Instead, we'll give them wristwatches that non-invasively monitor their activity, heart rate, and temperature. What that does, it allows us to be up to date with their circadian rhythms. This lets them manage their schedules according to their personal natural body clock and their own preferences and habits. This is what they will see in their work screens. The estimated circadian rhythm will be processed into levels of mental and physical levels. The same data processing that actually does this will also receive the tasks sent in by the mission control, and knowing the rhythms of the whole crew can then find for everyone to be present for one activity and separate tasks for the divided into categories that the astronauts can then manage and fit on their personal schedule, just like the police. Of course, the circadian rhythm comes into the process and guides the astronauts to heighten the efficiency of the day. The wristwatch that measures their vital signs will also give easy access to their schedules and allow to make changes on the go. The circadian levels are also visible here. But we cannot really predict everything far into the future, and this is why we analyze their heart rate and acceleration to determine fatigue levels. We can now notify our astronauts in advance. In case we see their fatigue levels might interfere with their alertness or ability to perform high-risk tasks like moonwalk, we can notify them. If we tell them 2 hours in advance that, hey, that task you just did got you more tired than you predicted, and fatigue might now have an effect on difficult tasks ahead, we first lessen the possibility of costly mistakes, but also enable something to be done for the astronaut to recover. How about the nap? Perhaps we move some tasks around. This is how we operate here on Earth all the time. We move things around according to how we feel, and ideally make changes with the schedules, listening to what our body and mind tells us. It's in mission control's interest to maximize the efficiency of the missions when harmonious schedule management enhances performance of the astronauts and lowers risk of human error while giving the crew more control of the day while everybody wins. Fatigue is responsible for up to a quarter of serious or fatal accidents on the road when driving. Of course, we should take that into account when planning schedules of astronauts. The stakes up in space are really just so much higher. This is our team of Circadia. We thank you for your attention.
Any questions to the presenter? It seems to be yet another proposal that would easily also benefit life on Earth. So have you considered it?
We actually have one of the implementations that everyone's really waiting for since the Nobel Prize in 2017 that was given out for circadian rhythm is really getting rid of jet lag, which is also that we had to leave out of our presentation just because of time constraints. But when you know the circadian rhythm of a person, you can then also help them plan to guide them for the next processes of their schedules and so on. So also when also implementing on space when they're having about 8-hour spacewalk or something like that, then they also need to be prepared for it. So this analysis actually can help them and guide them through that.
Seems so, and also a thought I had was that perhaps because now the astronauts, when they are picked and selected, the toughest, the most capable people are picked because they have to face any kind of harm and confusion. So if you can plan the day better, then perhaps it opens up the possibility of more people to go to space and to the moon, because it's not so crucial that you have to be prepared every time and every time.
Well, I think that we still need to put the best men forward for this, but we can now make them even better. So, yeah.
Thank you. And now the fourth presentation about the lunar project, Moon Avan. Hello everyone. I am on behalf of my team, Luna Avatar. My class has already told you we are working on the framework of Luna project. In our case, we focus our attention with the communication process and all the problems regarding this topic. Uh, the communication process in this kind of environment it's quite complicated. People in the moon, the astronauts, have to cope with on daily basis with communication with the commanders, and they have many tasks and really tight schedules. To give an example, we can relate or we have related research in the ISA experience. For this, let me introduce you Anna. She's an aeronautical engineer. She had several missions in the ISS. So she usually thinks that she knows much about all the situations that can happen in the long-term missions. The main concerns about having a long-term mission is that minor problems that you can face on Earth can escalate into a really big problem, and maybe the mission can fail. Problem is that most of the time you have this tight schedule. You can feel no control or lack of personal time. That can escalate into discouragement about the mission and can create misunderstanding between the mission and the ground control. And there's a lot of schedule mismanagement, like you schedule the same task like 4 times or 5 times for the same people. But how can we solve this? In popular culture, specifically in the science fiction, we for a long time we have seen that there's a dream about having some robot companion, somebody that can help you cope with these situations in outer space. Probably in the ISS, IBM had developed this robot Simon that helps with the technical, he works as a technical advisor for real specific tasks. And the current technology now, we have seen the rise of personal assistants like Google Assistant, Alexa, or Cortana from Microsoft Siri, or Siri as well. So why not think about having this kind of assistance for these missions, lunar missions? So let me introduce you Lunava, it's a personal AI assistant for each individual. So basically, the system will work for help the astronauts to receive all the source of information they have on Earth. Like as already said, in daily basis they receive a lot of information, and something can be too messy or difficult to read. So why don't you have this system that can bring you this at the palm of your hand? The system will allow Anna to maybe reschedule me on demand, something that can be in some other situations quite difficult because you have to talk, you have to deal with maybe the boss. In this case, you can do it by yourself, and this AI will organize all this. You can keep track of your accomplishments, and it will ease the communication in just one simplified channel. In our research, we have found that it's important feel engaged about the fictional characters, and this can release the stress levels. And this is really good because being in this enclosed environment, we will always cope with the stress levels about accomplish all the mission tasks. Now Anna will not have to deal with talking with his boss, but instead she will bring on demand with the AI, so she don't have to care about any misunderstanding. And she will have all the information on the cost of time. So she will feel also part of this team of doing the most. So you have the digital companion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions?
According to human-computer interaction, especially for the long missions, that sometimes there will be much more complications for it. It should be one more example from like 2001: Space Odyssey also. Yeah, and also one more movie that trip to the moon like that in the space travels. I forgot the name of it, but passenger. Yeah, that in that movie, the machine just wakes two people, one person up, and the other guy wakes a woman up too, something like. Will be there any like Deus ex machina effect of these machines? Deus ex machina is when everything is get complicated. There's also one more master, maybe the AI too enters and solves many problems.
In this case, actually, the AI will serve just for organizing things, but basically you have all the control of the AI. You customize this thing. It's not that it's an individual that will start making choices for you, and you will not know. But you will know, and you can control it and stop it.
So it's just for astronauts.
It's just for astronauts and main control, just to understand what is happening with priorities and organize all these time schedules and this thing.
Thank you. One more question. You showed a nice concept, but in your imagination, does this AI also have a physical form?
Not really. We are thinking about the software where people lay on this information. It's mainly just interesting it can be any design with the screen.
So any device.
Yeah, it's not a physical device, it's not a robot. But it's the idea of the person inside the screen, the software.
And as with all these projects, it was already mentioned that they were not solely designed to use in the moon environment, but they could also work on Earth. So I can see how it could benefit myself if I don't have to talk to my boss anymore, like someone just does it for me.
But still, now a reverse question. What is it about your product that makes it especially good for the astronauts, for the moon environment? Why couldn't we use just another organizer? That there are many of them already available and they're getting better every year. So what makes it a good thing for the space environment?
The main thing about this is that we have this avatar kind of character that we interact with. So it's about create this engagement and we'll make this like a game and you have to control you have this thing that reflects you. It's basically that. It's just to help astronauts to cope with this isolated place and be so far from the Earth. And
Wouldn't it be good for the Earth device as well to have an avatar and friendly?
And yeah, I think there's many people using this Second Life and this stuff is kind of similar.
Okay. Thank you. In our academy, if you didn't know, then there are many different possibilities to study design here. There's a daytime studies, but there's also cyclical studies, and there are several programs that offer flexible part-time opportunity to work and evening courses for people that cannot attend the full-time study due to the work or family life. And the next presenter represents one of the most popular of these 4-year part-time programs, media graphics. Julia will present us a CVI for Tech Day 2018.
So, hello, I'm Julia. I'm studying media graphics BA program, fourth and last year in EKA. The project I'm about to tell you was one of the best experiences and opportunities I've had in here. The project took place last spring, 2018. It started when Santa Monica Networks joined EKA to collaborate on creating the visual identity for the conference tech time. Santa Monica Networks specializes in providing a secure solution for data networks and data centers. The Technology Conference Tech Day is the biggest in Estonia. You can learn about the latest technology news and the best practices from leadership, security and innovation perspectives. To deliver the message and purpose, the conference was in the need of a whole complete CVI. They were looking for a logo design, graphical elements which identify the event and can be used for invitations, banners, and in other mediums. Also a typography and color selection, and they were more open to modern and new tools. To find the suitable CVI for the conference, competition was organized between the third year media graphics students, me amongst them. In the creation process, the client was able to participate early on to give us feedback and directions. The project lasted for 3 months, and in the end of the semester, the client chose 3 designs that they liked the most. And I was very glad to be the winner of the project. Our collaboration project was presented also in Tech Day conference opening speech by Santa Monica Networks CEO Margus Arni. Here's a short clip where he shares his experience of working with EKA.
me mõtlesime, et kõige lihtsam viis oleks ju minna alles reklaamiagentuurile, palun tehke meile uus. kuid me mõtlesime, et me teeme hoopis teistmoodi. et me tahame vestlust, me tahame teistsugust vaadet, me tahame hoopis natukene põnevamat lähenemist asjale. ja me läksime hoopis Kunstiakadeemia tudengite juurde ja palusime neil teha meile selline visuaali, CVI, teha see tõesti nii, nagu nemad nagu näevad. ja me saime tulemuseks väga-väga põnevaid igasuguseid kujundusi. Nad tõesti pingutasid, see oli värskus, seal olid teemasid. siin on ainult mõned üksikud näited. et meil ühel hetkel oli laua peal, ma ütlen, tublisti üle 10 erineva viisi, erineva loo ja erineva taustaga sellist kujundust. see oli põnev nii-öelda tudengitele, väga põnev protsess ka meile. ja siin näiteks selline asi siin, see noormees, kes selle välja mõtles, ta kasutas neid märke selleks, et luua selline rahvusmuster. ja oli iseenesest väga põnev. kuni me lõpuks ikkagi jõudsime siis sellise tänase punase ja musta värvi kombinatsioonini ja tütarlaps, kes selle kujundas, on tõesti üliandekas ja suudab meile anda seda põnevat pilti.
So I was actually very pleased to hear that they were satisfied with my work, and to receive such a positive feedback was just amazing. So now I would like to show the conference CVI and tell you more about the background. In the idea generation process, I decided to focus on topics that were important to me, and I wanted my design to have a meaning behind it. So the keywords I chose to represent the design were connection and impact. As the technology increases the interconnectedness of everything, and the visual identity was for an event that creates connection between people and ideas, I wanted meaning of connection, connecting to be present in the design. But from these connections of people and ideas come also influence and impact. This impact exists in many levels. The impact of speech to share the message, the participants who then carry the impulse and implement the message outside the conference, and the impact of the event in general. In the next step, I put those keywords into elements and try to find elements that deliver those meanings. As for logo design, logo mark represents the signal, ideas and thoughts that inspire others. Just as a simple water drop that takes ripples and waves, drawing people over time, or as a broadcasting or radio signal that carries a message and with that also influence and impact. In the upper corner, I also brought out the logo in motion. When the logo was animated by another designer, the signal meaning and the impulse was beautifully delivered. For the next step, the transgraphical element became line waves in transformation. It symbolizes a network and connection, but in this bended sideways speed side. So it gives a more abstract and near look. So the mist and the logo can have a bigger effect. The black and red color solution was selected to be more salient effect and to grab attention. I also presented how the logo and its design elements were used in different mediums, such as poster, plan document, and website. After the school project ended, the company was interested in continuing cooperation with me. I had the chance to deeply meet my creative visual. Designed the website, and here you will see some fragments of it. Program date with timetable, speakers profile, and other common materials, name tags, social media visuals, And in the end of the conference, the stage design was all based on screen displays and animated wave motifs, which made the conference visual design look whole. Here you can see the design, how the design looked animated. In conclusion, it was a really educational experience, and I got so much knowledge for the future projects. And I think this kind of projects are give students and partners the possibility to create something different and meaningful for them and others. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Sorry?
Next year, we'll do the same.
Depends if cannot decide.
So is there a plan for longer cooperation or finish now?
Actually, I made a project with this contact person in Tampere. I also made a design for Robotics International Conference, so I believe it needs to go further in future too.
You become a conference designer. Okay. Oh. What's the fund?
Sorry, yeah, I forgot this slide. It was a railway.
Okay, thank you very much. We have many designers here in this room today and people that are interested in design, and all the more I'm happy to welcome a representative for my different faculty from architecture. And please welcome the researcher Rene Puusepp, who will tell us about his ongoing project about mass customized houses.
Thank you, Kristen. Everyone must be thinking about the coffee break, so I'll try to be short. So my name is René. I come from the Faculty of Architecture, and I'm going to briefly talk to you about the mass customized housing. What's the mass customized housing? I'm going to tell you shortly, but before I'm going to talk to you about the context or the underlying problem that we have in the construction sector. It's the full productivity of it. If you compare to the consumer product production, we're looking actually of the productivity going down since the 1995. So if we think about the mass production of housings from the 60s, so we think about Tallinn, Lasnamäe, Mustamäe, Õismäe, yes, the productivity went up, but really now the productivity has gone down, and it also brings us the very high housing prices. So who can afford buying a house today? So you can raise a hand. No one, I thought so. But the underlying problem with the mass production, so if we want to increase productivity, is the desire for getting a custom personal design. So we can't simply just do the mass production. We have to do a mass customized production. So essentially, we're talking about keeping the efficiency of mass production, but getting the output, variance in the output. So you can actually personalize or localize the houses to either to the local context or to the needs of the buyer. Thus, we started designing families of houses, or kind of products, mass customized products of houses. Essentially modular designs that you can use the combinatorics to get this personal touch of the house. So essentially you pre-produce all of the modules and keep the efficiency, but you can combine them in a different ways to match the needs of the user and the budget of the user and the local aspects of the city or town that you're actually building those houses. So how do we do it? We have those what we call decision trees. It's like and you can see the different modules there, and then one of the houses is just a subset of the entire modules that they customer choice. So basically, it's like climbing the tree. If you choose a branch, you actually have other branches to choose, but you possibly can't go to the other branch unless you come down to the tree and start it all over again. So essentially, it's a kind of from a user experience point of view, it's a journey that the user takes to customize their homes. And thus we started with the research assistants, designing those different house types, those mass customer house types. And the very first one, so we only half year through the pilot project. So it's by no means finished, but we keep going. And hopefully next year, I'm going to talk about some of the houses that really been finished. The very first one is a code named Dacha. It's a house that fits into several containers and can be shipped all over the world. So essentially, the group of assistants started looking at actually about the container sizes. So we got the 20-foot container and 40-foot container, and essentially the houses, the parts of the houses need to go into the containers. And obviously, there's several ways you can package them up. But the very key concept was that you can fit all of the complicated stuff in the house, such as kitchen, bathroom, toilet, your utility room, into a single 20-foot container and basically seal it off and transport it anywhere in the world. The container also works as a stabilizing core of the house, so making it earthquake safe, and also gives stability for the entire structure. But the rest of the elements of the house can be actually flat packed into other containers. So you maintain the efficiency of transport. So you will leave one of the containers to place the containers to take it back, because there's a global circulation of those containers anyway. The team actually went to a wood hackathon event. They built the very wooden 1 to 10 scale prototype of it, and they actually managed to win the hackathon. And yeah, they actually it was quite interesting experience. We're gonna replicate this event for the next year in Estonian Academy of Arts. So you're very welcome to join. It's a wonderful event, and hopefully will take place in next October. But the house type, it can, as I said, it can be shipped anywhere in the world. That's the boundaries. It has double layers, or it can have double layers, because it's still mass customizable, and there's several versions of it, and all the elements, including the balconies and terraces, can be fit into containers. So the way we've now taken another step and have one potential client from Sweden, which is quite difficult site location and conditions. But what does the mass customized product helps us to do is actually offer several different configurations, if you wish, to the same client, and then with a very quick and in very efficient way. So basically, because we have all the components, we just need to assemble it digitally and produce the output. So yes, it's kind of started to work. We'll see where it takes us. There's another house type, which is more apartment house, and then we actually took the inspiration from the Tallinn house, which is a small 2 to 3 story house, looking at actually how to produce it in a modular matters, how to stack up all of the shafts, all of the communications. The house needs to be really, I mean, there's not too much of the space for creative design, because the housing is a very price sensitive area. If you don't meet a good price, you have no way of actually building them, especially if we talk about those mass customized products that are potentially a very scalable concept and have to actually be used for populating cities, not for individual not for building individual houses. One of the things we're looking is actually how do you transport, obviously, how you can manufacture it in the factory. We develop very funny stories that what are the limitations of the transport, what are the limitations of the factories. For example, one of the factories said, "Oh, we can't produce this module because the door of the factory is too small." And it's been quite interesting journey. And we're looking at a couple of interesting other concepts, how, for example, how to do this modular house type with this minimal touch to the surrounding environment. Obviously, they can do the location. You don't produce them locally, so that already saves work in the environment. But also we're looking at how to actually get rid of the foundations almost with the house on the stilts. And then a couple of interesting methods being discussed. We work with Teltec engineers, and yes, and we also work with the modular manufacturers, obviously. We have Velemen, which is one of the best producers in the technology here in Estonia. We also collaborate with IT spin-off Great Thomas. That actually helps to bring these house types in front of the public. And we're obviously looking for more manufacturers to join the party. We're looking for research assistants for the next year. So anyone interested, just get in touch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perhaps there are some questions. Yes?
A very nice presentation. I just wanted to ask, what is the cost of one module? If you say, if it's the most cheapest one, how much it would be?
Cheapest one I can't tell you because it's secret, but the average cost is about 1,500 per square meter.
Okay, so you're getting containers for, if I take a 20-foot container, if you're taking that, how much is that costing? Because cost of one container is more than $800.
Yeah, but one container is just the one core, right? Other containers you can reuse and you can use. There's one container that actually packs the kitchen and the utility rooms. The other containers can be reused. They are reusing flat pack elements into the containers. They decide, upload it.
Yes, and the continuing question to this would be, how do you tackle the frames, internal frames? Because every container has at least, I think, 4 to 8. If 20 foot would be there, so there will be 4 frames, the guys.
Yeah.
So when you cut those, how does the...
You don't cut them.
You don't cut them,
No,
right?
you don't cut them. You just take the panels. So it's like just back here.
I think it was there in...
This one, yes. We basically take the sides, don't cut the frames. But to be honest, we haven't solved all the technical details, so that work is still ahead. But it's technically possible. The real question is how much it's going to cost, because that's going to define the success.
Third thing would be, I would like to join you. That's
one thing to do, so only after that. Any other questions? As always, I have a question for you as well. I'm not a specialist in this field, a mere observer. And could you comment even on this? You said that there is an interest detectable by the prefabricated housing companies. So is there any hope that the houses will become better and more beautiful in the future? Because it's really awful what is done today.
I think they have to. Otherwise, we'd have to move to the moon.
But you can see some clear signs that the companies have started looking for design and architecture in the production.
Yes, absolutely. I think that the paradigm actually is shifting a little bit now. It's the Estonian manufacturers, which are about 100 of them in Estonia alone. They used to be a subcontractors for Swedish, Norwegian, Finnish companies. They basically get the design from a Swedish, Norwegian architect. But since the workforce is getting more expensive, they losing the ground. So Latvians can produce instead of them or Lithuanians or Belarusians because it's cheaper there. So they have to invent their own products. So there is a tendency. There's a strong tendency, I would say, and it's becoming stronger in the coming years.
Great to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now the long-awaited coffee break, but just a moment before you go there, you exit this door, you go to the second floor, there's coffee there. On your way, you see some sheets of paper with signatures on them. Whoever has not signed yet, please put your signature there. EU needs our signatures. Thank you so much, and see you back here in 20 minutes. So 15:20, we will continue. We think it's possible to get the one that are posted in this slides. This. I think we need that.
ma mõtlen, et ma filmin nagu selle teise osa ettekandet neid ka üles. Kui palju saate?
Yeah, I think you can see.
Ei, mul on ka. Filmin ära.
Kõik niimoodi, et siin all on kommentaarid päästa.
Thank you. Yeah. Keelab see, et ta teatud vanaks ja teatud rohkem saadavad alused päevale. Ja siis sa annad selle ära sealt pensionist ja lisakeset. Just tahad. Põhimõtteliselt jah. Ja sa võid juba enne, näiteks kui mul Eestis täitub 30 AI on siin kaelas.
Jällegi peab vaatama minu oma. Võtta koodi kohta.
Welcome back. We continue with the second half of our little conference. I asked you to sign these papers. I hope you did. There's yet more time after the second half. But what you do is that you get some financing of the European Union. So cooperation between the companies and the universities is something that EU holds really dear. Hence, to make it run smoother, a initiative has been started, a national cooperation network adapter. And we have the cooperation manager here, Anneli Saareja, to tell us a bit about this initiative.
Hello, my name is Anneli Saareja and I am coming from University of Tartu. It's very easy to get inspired, but it's quite an art to notice the right idea and the capture this. And idea by itself, actually it's worth nothing. You have to work with this idea. And during this process, you may need some extra knowledge or maybe some extra equipment you don't have. But in our universities, all this capacity lies and you can use it. But there is a question, how the companies, how do you know who to turn to? Where is the right scientist for you, in which university? And to solve this, cooperation network adapter was established. We have worked a little bit more than 2 years, and our network gives a company a possibility very quickly to get in touch with all R&D organizations who are Adapter's partners. And today we have 12 partners, including all 6 Estonian universities. What we offer you and how do you get this? On our website, there is a form you can easily fill and send us your question. And at once this question goes to all 12 partners, and we give you back an answer during the 5 working days. And Adapter gives you an answer for free. You don't have to pay for this. And in every organization, there is an adapter coordinator who looks around in their own houses, where is the right scientist for you. And this information goes back to the center of adapter, and adapter sends the company just one email where all the answers are attached. And what you can ask, whatever you like, whatever you need to make the vision in reality. In case you need different kind of measurements, consulting, trainings, you want to improve your website, you want to know which markets you need to go, whatever you need, all the questions are very welcome, and we are looking for the right scientists for you. On our website also there is a service database where all our partners have described their services, but there is only, let's say, a few. In Estonia there are nearly 500 services, in English a little bit less. But still I encourage at first write down your questions so we can find a better answer for you. And also we give a small overview of funding you can use for R&D. And some success stories. The first one is really a good success story because this began, let's say, from scratch. When Adapter received this query, there was just a vision: we want to make this kind of a product. Do you know who can help us? There were no company, there was just a physical person who asked this question. And during this process, the company was made, and the new product was also made. And today this company has come back to us, and the second product is also in developing process, and we hope to get some results, let's say at least middle of the year. And the second one is also a little bit different because when we started our network, when we tried to find partners who can help us to test this network. And our partner, Estonian Defense Industry Association, were very good and sent us a query about how can we, what we can do with used uniforms. And this project grew, and there were at the end 2 different universities and also 12 other partners for this project. So these are our examples, and you can look around through our website and ask us whatever you need. Thank you.
Any questions? Again, I take an opportunity to ask my question myself. Although in your list of success stories, there were some that designers were involved as well. But could you maybe enlighten us? What's the trend in this adapter world? What kind of services are actually sought after, and where is it going? Can you see some development in time?
The most companies are asking not exactly design projects, but they want area of physics and mathematics, and such kind of projects are we receive more.
A designer myself, I'm quite hopeful that, as I explained in my opening speech, that more and more companies will open their eyes to the value of design. So, is it really true? Can you see something that is happening, or is it too early?
Adapter has worked for 2 years, but quite many projects are still in process. So we have not very many success stories. Maybe next year, when you call me back here, tell you more about our results that we are doing. But there is also a question also.
Can you say anything about the cost of this?
As I said, the service of adapter is absolutely free for you. But in case starting the collaboration with university or R&D organization, then you also speak about the price, and the cost may be very different. It depends what you need to do, what kind of equipment and qualification you need for that. So every project is different. Yeah.
Is it possible that project ends up in the student hands, for example?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, we encourage that, and when the company sends us a query, we always ask, is it okay with you if this project is made by students? And of course, there are always a professor who's looking over this project, and we encourage that. We had some cases, but still not very many. Yeah.
And if I am a student and I would like to contact the company for a project that I have,
actually, for now, we work this way that company comes to us and we look capacity in universities. But this is idea to expand our services and maybe vice versa. Yeah. But not for now.
What about IP?
That's the topic.
Yeah, IP, very good question. We thought about IP trainings, but it is a very complex subject, so it takes time for us to make these courses, or misunderstood.
Not about trainings, about IP split. Do you want to get any rights on IP on yourself, on your side, or you leave it completely free?
So, does adapter claim any rights on IP of the
Yes,
project?
this process is any rights. Sorry,
Intellectual property rights. Like if someone invents something, then he's an author or she is an author, and when it's a university project, then immediately university becomes an owner of the thing. So does adapter also have a claim in that?
Yeah. No, for now, adapter don't want any claim. If you invent something in collaboration with university, it's between you and university. Adapter don't get involved in work. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And if you have any more questions,
there's still
please.
Clarification about this cost. Now, how does it cost?
Sorry?
Know how we start cost. So what clarification about this cost? You told that the information is free, yes?
Yes.
As I understand.
Yes, adapted intermediate the information for free. We don't charge you.
Yes.
But
what's costing then?
The cost is in the university.
If you start collaboration with university, this costs. But not always also. Adapter is funded by AU for now, so that's why it's free.
It's a network or platform?
This is a network. We are not a company. This is a network.
Yeah, just the ones that bring different sides together. Okay, thank you. If you want to know about the costs and the way we do cooperation projects here in the Academy of Arts, then please approach me after the conference at the network level. But now we have to continue with our presentations, and we invite here a student who was involved in a very interesting project together with Cleveron, which received the Best Estonian Business Enterprise Award last year. Our cooperation with this company began almost 10 years ago when the students designed for them the first automatic mailboxes for their local operation. And today they are operating all over the world and are involved in logistics and preparing to deliver goods in different means, even using drones. So please welcome Lisa Troyes, who will tell us more about it.
Hi, my name is Lisa, and I'm going to introduce you drone parcel delivery system development. Have you ever dreamed about your online order arriving to you with an hour that it would just fly right to you through the air? We might have a hope in the future, here in the future. For achieving this goal, Estonian Academy of Arts project designers got assignment from Cleveron how to deliver parcels with drone. The parcel needed to be maximum size as 6-pack of Coca-Cola, as you can see on the screen. So Cleveron is the innovation leader in parcel terminals. They have a wide range in solutions for retail and logistics sectors. They are developing glass-like click and collect tickets. And drones are unmanned aerial vehicles. There are different kinds of drones for specific solutions and purpose. For filming and taking pictures, for carrying parcels, for example, and doing other things. For developing the system, we got some keywords that needed to be satisfied. Weatherproof. Weather isn't the same every day, as you know, so it has to be weatherproof for the parcel and the drone itself. Safety. Safe for the parcel, safe for the drone. Easy to use because you would want the drone that is complicated to use. Universal in a way that the parcels are in different sizes. Aerodynamic because of the better flying and lightweight. We continue with mapping the journey. In big picture, what the drone parcel delivery system does is going from one point to another. How is this parcel received? They are ordering the parcel getting ready, drone delivering the parcel, drone landing somewhere with the parcel received at the customer. But this is just a glimpse. Then we continue with the research. And we had to know what the other clever products the design wouldn't be so different and would match in some way. And the biggest part of research went into looking at different routing and holding systems that we could use, and so on. And of course, there are other drone delivery systems by big companies already existing that we needed to check because we didn't want to copy them by mistake. So this is the result that I created after preparations and prototyping. The drone parcel delivery system worked like this, grabbing the parcel from the side. And on the left picture, you can see this drone with the system above the machine. And on the right picture, you can see a little bit closer, where underneath the drone is the system that we developed. It works like this, that you grab the package from the side and the way it lands the same. So after everyone had created their systems, Cleveron picked out 3 solutions that they wanted to work on with. Besides my project, there were also Julian and Sean, and Cleveron wanted us to mix the ideas together. to continue. But unfortunately, here comes the part that I can tell you about really because of the confidential agreement. But I can tell you that there were included package design from C, holding system from Julian, and shape from my design. But what is really the profit from drone delivery system in the future? Well, future seems bright because parcels are delivered faster. It could be life-saving in some kind of situations because drone can reach places that car, for example, couldn't go. And this regulates the environment. So let's see what future has ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a question.
Good idea. What's business? And there's also no like services like those.
Yeah, it's really up to Clever now because they're developing this process and we need to just check out the news.
Yes?
How much does it cost per
Let's not know.
Is it much more smaller than now with the production machine?
I think Clever named something that it wouldn't be much more, not that much more because it should be how to say that? It shouldn't be compared. It shouldn't be compared.
Question from me then. We're intriguing this confidentiality agreement, but are you yourself still involved in the project?
Not anymore. We finished that in the spring, which when we were working this together and then we continued with it. So now it's something.
But do you expect final results anytime soon?
Well, they said that maybe next year. So they said next year, last year already. So maybe this summer.
Would be good to see.
Yeah.
There's a question there.
No, we didn't go that far. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One of the most common requests we get is a proposal to design souvenirs and business gifts for the clients. And we are quite picky when we choose the assignment because it can become annoying. But we gladly accept the project if it's especially meaningful and eye-opening for our students. So this is certainly the case with the next presentation, and Katrin Kabun will tell us more.
Hello, my name is Katrin Kabun, and I will give you a quite short overview about the project between Estonian Academy of Arts and the Estonian Emergency Response Center. Have you ever been in such situation, or have you met someone who has just been in an accident or lost somebody? If yes, then you may know how complicated the situation will be, how confused, how scared, also panicking you are, and how helpless you feel yourself. But it's this kind of situation, employers of emergency response center are working every day, every single day. How to acknowledge this kind of employers? That was question when emergency response center turned to EKA, how we can acknowledge these employers if we like to go over the typical solutions, which mostly are quite anonymous origin and didn't bear any values of companies or organizations. We started our cooperation project. From EKA side, there was 4 designers. Marta Moorats from leather design, David Hein from ceramic, Kati Kibermann and Mini Kapun from textile design department. And we worked with this topic until our first ideas. There was about 20 ideas, including package. These were in 3 categories, in that was award for best employers of organization, presents for business partners, and also small gifts. And the idea was to get together a set of presents which will tell stories, which bears the values or identity of organization. And there was chosen a set from these ideas of 5 gifts. And now I introduce very quickly what was chosen and what is the idea of this present. For the best employers of the year was chosen classical plates. They are out of Estonian native seed wool. They are in natural color, and to give the personal touch, there is a tag from leather describing the whom, when, and what for the gift is given. Also, as a present for the best team of the year, was chosen cup set named Teamwork. You see the shape of this cup comes from the shape of logo of the Emergency Response Center. And as there was 8 team members, the special package for this symbolizing the cooperation and strength of teamwork. There are cups put into circle, and the backs of them are together. Same cups were chosen to represent these so-called business gifts. They are a set of 2 cups and in special package, it means like or symbolizing like cooperation work of 2 organizations. Also for business partners were chosen knitted scarf named Look. It's out of wool, alpaca wool and sheep wool, and also added their reflective thread. And the idea is to feel safe in traffic and also be visible in traffic conditions. And next are small gifts. There is a case called Together, which means you can all your important things gather together to one case. This is like mobile phone or your passport, also credit cards or access cards. It's made out of Estonian made fabric tags. Also it's used vegetable and leather. And last one is box stand or box holder set for food safely. It's very material-based solution made out of wool felt. Wool is very well known as food temperature isolator, also wireproof. repelling odor or dust and filthy, and also has antibacterial properties. And in this case, it's important part is informative part, as if you have in kitchen this kind of book holder, you see the number 112 every day, and you have opportunity to store it to your memory. And if it's happened, you are in case of emergency, you have immediately to go to this number. And in conclusion, I like to say that our good partner, National Emergency Response Center, the presence, the sector presence, and how we have already got the feedback. They are very proud and glad to give this gift to their employers or business partners because they have tell stories with these gifts. And these are not something typical which everybody everywhere already has. And of course, we like to thank them very much for the cooperation. Also like to thank the Research and Development Office of Estonia, Academy of Arts and Ingela, and the Textile Department with Piretval. And more important here is to encourage other companies and organizations to contact with EKA. And that's why we have involved email address pao@artum.eu. Thank you.
Good. Questions, comments? Yes?
I would like, were all those things presented made to gifts, or they chose only some of those?
Yeah, they are. About.
All those that you presented,
Yeah.
they are. Can you also have an estimate, for example, the price of the items that when you developed them, was there also fixed some kind of limit per item?
Before we started this project, I was very clearly put down the limits between what small things have to be, present for business partner or the best worker of the company. Yeah, that's the limit.
In this case, you also took care of the production of these items.
Yes.
Yes. So it was kind of an experimental cooperation because, again, we cannot do it every time that we start weaving blankets and scarves for every client. But it was such a good cooperation, so it was included in the project that actually our specialists made those things themselves, and really they were produced outside of the school, then they took really good care that they good quality.
Exactly. Quite important part of the project is that we wanted to give the goods from out of materials very high quality and same time, if possible, local origin. And or the quality of the end product was also in our collection.
Okay.
The first picture of this room, was this the room
from United Center, yes. Right there, very working.
Is your work left a good impression?
I hope so.
Do you think good enough that they from making presents to the workers and to be more on to actually making how they work?
It's a good question. I think it's good to ask from the representative of this emergency center.
The representative is here somewhere.
Yeah.
And Martin Bang showed interest of working together with you in designing the workspace, so approach him after the.
With natural help and wool and all.
Okay, but there was a question there.
Yes, I have heard that you use waste wood. So you're offering very good quality from
To be honest, this project wasn't out of wasteful, but I'm working with that's
Yeah, just to mention, the research topic of Katrin, who is a PhD student in our academy, is a wasteful or like discarded wool that usually gets burned or buried or just destroyed somehow. And she has found a way to reuse it in a meaningful way. So again, if you're interested in wasteful wool turned into good products, then approach Katrin. But the person that asked the question is Elisa, and she was the one to make the cups. So well done. Okay, but oh yeah, sorry. Yep.
Sorry, will you continue this kind of work? Will was this project a tool and you will continue working co-operating
we hope so. You mean with the same company or new companies? Yes, I think it's one point to be here to encourage companies to ask and to go into EKA to continue this kind of cooperation.
Okay, thank you so much. Next to money making, there's money giving or charity. Although economy is doing not too bad at the moment, the number of people donating money for good causes could always be bigger. That's the issue of the project by interaction design students. And we have Mike Ramos here to tell us more.
Hi. Do you talk about your donation? Well, my name is Mike Ramos. I worked on this project together with my colleagues Margarita and Jan from the Interaction Design program. And we have been faced with a challenge from the Good Deed Foundation. And the challenge was to create a solution to how can we invite more donors for Amastana Data website. Amastana Data website is a portal where people can find causes they like for example, children, family, healthcare, animals, nature, etc., and place a donation. There are many kinds and different topics to donate for. And based on the current Amastana Data website data statistics, we found that women donate about 3 times more than men of the same age. So then we decided to focus on this tougher target group, like men who don't donate frequently or sometimes none at all. Then we decided to investigate and talk to these guys. What they think about it, how they feel when they place a donation, what are the concerns, pain points, etc. And then we mapped out all the issues, pain points, and started to look if we could find some correlation. And one problem kind of popped out. How to invite, actually we asked them the same question. You talk about the donation, you invite the people, and then majority of them said no. And then there are some of them that said that are active on charity cause, etc. Some of them not so active, but the answer was still the same. And we asked ourselves why. And then investigating, we found that the problem is sort of a taboo that kind of happens in Estonia. Like talking about donation is considered bragging, so they don't want to be perceived as bragging. They don't want to be perceived as good people. And besides of that, there are also the problem of lack of trust towards umbrella organizations such as the Deed Foundation, lack of information about causes and charities on conventional media, and churn, which is related to technical issues and usability on the website. So we placed all of these issues on the social ecological model, so we could see how far and how close this problem is to the individual, or perhaps at the personal level, social, or public policies, and then also to see how much of these problems overlap on top of each other. And then realize we focus on the taboo, and then realize that we needed two approaches to cover this issue. Like it sits mostly on the individual interpersonal level, but also affects the community level, which means people a little bit far from you, people from the third level social sphere, for example, friends of a friend, etc., or people you don't even know. And the first approach is public awareness. So it's a consideration about using public figures, perhaps famous people, people that I can relate, people that I can trust, speaking and talking about this issue. Is it okay to talk about the donation? And it is okay to help and also invite others. This is very important. And this is also considered for the school and education. So the upbringing will be done in a way that children will know that from early days that talking about donation is also help. And the second approach was social gamification inside amastanedata.pl. This is the current website, and this is our proposed solution. It's not about redesigning the website or the videos. We're concerned about the behavior that happens inside when you are defining a donation. And then we wanted to change the behavior. Nowadays, most of the donations inside Amazon Data is anonymous. Doesn't matter how much money you donate, you go there, everyone sets anonymous, and they don't show their faces and their names. Perhaps they don't want the data to be associated, and they don't want to brag as well. So we use gamification and social proof as a motivation to change that behavior, to provide them the ability components to endorse and share each of the causes, triggers for these behaviors, prompts within the website to actually for them to do more steps and continue helping. So each of the topics or themes for the causes have been identified. So there's level 1, 2, 3, etc. to have a feeling of progression. And this is one of the components that sits in a cause page. So after the person places the donation, the site invites the user to also endorse the cause and share about the cause. So you're not sharing how much you have donated or what kind of help you did, but you're sharing the cause that you are actually in love with. Like perhaps you love to help children and families, and then you can be recognized and visible with that. And there are some small considerations. For example, this copy under the call to action button, like four friends have endorsed this cause, is there to reduce the feeling of risk or commitment to something that is unknown. So, four friends of mine have endorsed this cause, so I feel safe to also do the same. It's okay to do that. Therefore, I can endorse this cause as well. And also, another component is the ambassadors component. Here it shows everyone, like people who are not my friends, people who are my friends. If I'm logged in with Facebook, for example, if you are not yet endorsing this cause, and the person pushes the button, show my name, it shows the name. It goes to the top of the list, and it will appear there together with everyone. So we are shifting this social issue of having anonymous donations to public donations. So the social norm nowadays in Amazon data is always anonymous. Everyone does anonymous, so it'll be the same. Now everyone does public donations, and I will do the same. So that's where the two approaches sits: social gamification for individual and community level for public awareness. And the outcome for Amazon data website is a set of components, concept components, to inspire the design of the website, not just to be functional, but the website to be designed in a way that changes the current behavior from just doing donation and walking away from the website to a behavior that users will donate and see that they can actually help more by simply having themselves visible in the cause page. So this will create a safe environment for other people to do the same. And these people will be the actually early adopters of this idea. So they are the current donors, not people who are not donating, not these guys that were talking in the beginning, but the current donors are the early adopters, and through the time, they become more visible, and people who are not even talking about it will become comfortable of doing so. So it's not taboo, into it's okay to help and talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Yes. The question was, can you sense that the client is willing to implement your proposal?
I think that at some extent, the way we worked was that we had some touch points with the client, and they actually were very positive about the concept. And then how much you work together with them was concerning the data, because they had a huge amount of the statistics data from the website, like how much of each person from different target groups does donate and how much they donate. Like that's why we know that women donate 2 times more. But then we needed to find why. So not specifically the developers. I think the developers, from as far as I know, it's kind of an agency because the development of the website for understanding data. So the team from this big foundation have to go in contact with them and say, hey, we need these features, and et cetera, et cetera.
Maybe even from the earlier state, and did you have any chance to test your solution with these users?
Yes. The test part was quite long, so that's why I took away from the presentation, but we tested both the approaches, like for example, the social awareness one and the website components. And for the social awareness, one outcome when actually showing prototypes to people is that they didn't realize before that this question, do we talk about the donations? They hadn't asked themselves this, and they said that, well, I don't talk about donation because I don't want to see people see me as bragging or something like this. Like they said this, and when they realized the question, they started thinking, well, maybe it's not about bread, maybe it's about helping, inviting more people, etc. So that's the sheet idea came from. And then the website was also testing the components, and we took away, we tested, and from the learnings, we took away the money from the website. Perhaps nowadays, if you go to Amazon data, you can see how much money each person has donated, 50 million, 100, etc. And if their name there. So maybe that's one of the strong reasons we don't want to have the name associated with the donation. But if you put away your money, just show your name and your picture, if there is. You can come on Facebook perhaps, and then it creates a better comfort zone for them, so they felt comfortable. Just okay, I'm just endorsing the cause and showing that I'm passionate about Pete's cause, for example, and I'm just showing that hey, I support together with these 83 people.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
As we all know, Estonia does not have a car industry, which is absolutely not true. There are surprisingly many companies who work on innovative smart vehicles. Atlas Partners approached our young designers to develop a compact electric vehicle for urban environment. And we will hear about it now.
Hello, I'm Mihkel.
Hello, I'm also Mick.
And today we are talking about concept development of a compact electric vehicle called Aero, which is in collaboration with EKA, Nickel, and Atlas Partners.
About ourselves, we are actually working in our own company, Nickel Industrial Design Studio, that we have graduated Estonian Academy of Arts just a few years ago, and so we were invited to do this project because of our expertise.
Well, the Atlas partners came to EKA to build and develop a new type.
And after finding the problem, we started finding the needs that this sort of vehicle should have. As we mentioned in the beginning, there was some input from the company or the who audit this kind of project themselves that it should be for two persons. It should be narrow, so the people would sit one in the front, another in the back, and also it should be as compact as possible. But meanwhile, have a good usability, so be too cramped or small.
And we decided to go with their idea, but add some more functionalities. We thought that renting is a good idea, but this car for a vehicle could be sold to services like delivery service or police and medical service. And for that, we tried to design this car as multifunctional as we can. We can change some parts of the car, like back end, make it more bigger, fold seats, pick different packages, or fold the seats up and tie together. So basically, as you can see on the pictures, there's some development process from left to right, and right now we're dealing with real life prototypes and mock-ups to see if the car really works.
Yeah, it was really important to actually test it. One thing is to sketch a cool car, but we felt that we really need to test the real size and feel of it. So we made some mock-ups, as you can see in the pictures, to get the feel of how big the car should be and how small it could be. And also, when you're modeling something in 3D, you can get lost in the world and you don't have the grasp of how big it really would be. So testing it was really a big part of the process.
As you can see on the picture, right now, this is the rental conception. It's a 1.2 meters wide vehicle, 2.2 meters long. It's really narrow. Actually, two of them can fit in a regular car lane in a city, so you can fit easily four of them in one car space. And it's made out of plastic. The body is made of plastic, so it can really easily can fit it if some accident can happen.
And also it's designed to be as aerodynamical as possible to have a bigger efficiency. Also we have some clever features as a long windshield, so it would be easy to park. You can actually see the front of the car. It's especially important when you're using a car that you maybe don't know as much as it's a rental service. Also, we don't have extending rear view mirrors. We're using basically cameras that are hidden in the side groove of the car, so you can see on your backside from those screens that are on both sides of the steering wheel. This gives gives the possibility that you don't have to adjust the mirrors actually every time you get into the car. So it's again helping with the rental services.
And also, as you can see, the lights are inside the group, so it can help also with accidents, because if you crash the car, the lights will be on, because if you don't crash the lights due to the bumpers that are standing on the car.
And also the bottom part of the car, as you can see, is black. It's actually because it's a different side panel, so again, if you happen to press it into the side curve, you don't have to replace the whole bumper. You can only replace part of it to give it more like easily, so it would be more easily fixed. And also thanks to that, it will be more cost efficient.
So where's the next? As I said before, right now we are still developing it, seeing what fits in the car, what's not, and we're trying to get it on the road as soon as possible to start processing with the mock-up or prototype.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What kind of engine?
Right now it has two electric engines, one in the back and one in the front, and a small battery for a range of 100 or 150 kilometers. And also its speed is 45 kilometers per hour.
So the down.
Yes, it's the car. Well, it has shell for the body, it's plastic, but inside of there will be basis as metal structure. Well, right now, like I said, 45 kilometers per hour speed. It's in regulation, it's like small motorcycle or scooter, so it has less regulation.
There's something with the higher areas
Cities can be higher than 45.
Well,
yeah, it's an issue, but still, I think it's more focused on the really central city kind of transportation, because 70 kilometers comes on if you're driving out of the city center, and it's the focus isn't that as much as in the like Estonian cities, because here we don't have this scale of problem, but in bigger cities, it's made more suitable. The gold towns and so on.
I think this movement law or legal standard of this movement really changed. So you should be ready to, because I believe that we can on the road. Small vehicles, they are on the way. Traffic. That's why the situation.
Yeah, that's always a decent risk, and we're known.
There are some cars on the market already where there are two persons sitting side by side, small cars, like smart, and there are others. You chose another concept where one is sitting between legs of others. So why to choose this one?
Well, actually, the truth is it's quite a concrete input from the company who's ordered this from us. We also suggested to side-to-side seating solution, but they felt that it will be more spacious, and you can get a narrow vehicle but feel that you have space enough for yourself and with the seating alone in the center.
It's a small car, and common problem today is probably people go bigger and bigger.
That's actually maybe one reason why the seating alone is a good solution. So you'll have enough space for yourself.
You can maybe remove one of the seats.
Yeah.
Actually, on the right side, where this like mock-up, you can see there's an almost 2-meter high person sitting top right corner, and he has this room.
Yes, this is one thing that the customer actually really hated about the moped cars at the moment, that they feel so cramped because there are two people sitting side by side. So it's basically designed for one person with the possibility to travel together with someone. So this is why the other people may not feel so comfortable sitting in the back.
Okay, thank you. Also, consider like if you're sitting so front, you talk about catching around. So if my legs are basically up to the front of the wheel and body pressure some there is not room for the body pressure probably my legs.
Actually, if you look at that, the pedals will be in between the axles. So actually, there is pretty much the same like crumple zone as nowadays cars have, and also it will have like a steel tubing frame that's really strong compared to like regular frames. So it's basically like sitting in a roll cage that the race cars have. It's yeah, and also it doesn't travel as fast as regular cars. So
It's more safe than driving a small scooter or motorcycle actually. Yeah, if you have any questions, so you can come up to us and ask. Thank you.
Approach them afterwards. Thank you so much. And now again, we invite you students from the joint master's program of Estonian Academy of Arts and Tech, who will tell us about a social project, a cold storage for elderly people.
Hello everyone, my name is Mehruba, and today, together with Leah, I would like to present smart cold storage that we have developed keeping the universal design concept in mind. So let's begin. Why are we designing a fridge? Well, we all have a fridge in our home and we are familiar with the product. So let's begin with what we have in the market. In today's market, consumer brands are developing technologies to keep the food fresh for a longer time. And not just that, we can also use smartphones to see what we have in the fridge. And also in the doors, you can order groceries when you run out of food. When we buy a fridge, we also get a manual where we can see where to store what kind of food because different temperature zone is optimum for a particular food. So we get to see what to store in the doors, in the crispers. So when we have all this mechanism and technology, then why are we still storing like this? Can we relate to these images? Like, can we see what is inside the freezer or what has been there? So we have studied and we came to this conclusion that in the statistics, it says in Tallinn, almost 71% of the food waste comes from home, and it's surprising that the cause is disorganized fridge, where 43% is rotten and 24% is expired. So it's certain that we need to rethink the design of the refrigerator, and the reason why the existing design have failed to organize the fridge is because they could not change the human behavior. Human behavior is difficult to change, and it is necessary for us to reduce the working memory of the humans and also to facilitate the activity. So who are suffering the most? They are the elderly because they're living away from the city and they stock up more food. Their adult children come in the weekend to and bring more food. And as they age, their smell and taste buds kind of reduces, and they have weak immune system, which causes more foodborne illnesses. So it's important for us to keep the food fresh for them. When we observed the elderly, we saw that even the simplest of things, they need to write it down to remember So while we design, we kept them in our mind to make sure that the design is not technologically advanced and that they can adapt to our system well. So before we move on to showing what we have designed in our concept, I would like to focus on the two problems that we are looking forward to, which is for getting food. It happens because of the visibility that we don't get from the fridge, and also incorrect temperature, because we have observed that people do not follow an order while they're storing the food. So now Leah will take from here to explain our concept.
So this is the design of our solution. It is a curved cold storage with a sliding door and a drawer. It has 5 different compartments with different temperature zones, which create optimum conditions for different kind of food which is needed. It is the way to really prolong the freshness of different kind of products. And all the compartments can be rearranged by your current needs. So if you're a person who does not store, for example, fresh meat in your fridge, you can easily rearrange it for foods, for example. The design is done in a way that it has a round shape inside the product and a square shape in the back of the fridge. It creates a possibility to fit it actually in all kitchens. If you open a door of today's fridge, this is something you will see. But can you really see what's inside of it? Imagine a fridge with no deep corners. Maybe it would look something like this. We are using rotating shelves to give you visibility throughout the fridge. And now you can really see and understand what you have there, and maybe you will not forget things anymore. The other problem we would like to solve is that people are not following any order or design how to store food properly in optimum conditions. So we are guiding them through light. We are going to have a camera in top of the door, which is using visual recognition technology. And if you're adding new items to the fridge, it will recognize or detect the product and guide you where the optimum conditions for this kind of food is. So you're keeping the food longer naturally. The third feature we are going to add is the reminder. You can easily start planning your meals, and all the shelves are going to have touch-sensitive edges where you can set the timer for your food. So if you're planning to eat something on Saturday, or you want to eat it before Saturday, you can easily set the timer for it. And it will remind you by bringing the food in front of you. So this is the way the shelf will rotate. Today will always be in front of you. The shelf is also following the expiry dates. So it will remind you about food which needs to be eaten as soon as possible. So you're going to reduce the food waste in your fridge. As well, the fridge will learn your behavior and start recommending you items that you use on certain times. For example, if you're storing your medicine in your fridge and you're using it like on certain time or after a meal, the fridge will start to know it and recommend it for you, so you wouldn't miss it. So to conclude, this is our solution. The main functionalities are rotating shelves, which gives you an overview about what you're storing inside, optimum temperature and guiding through light to let you know how to do it, and also a reminder to really reduce the food waste and know what to have inside. And we feel that design is simple enough to use for everyone, and that does not need any adaptation. Thank you.
My question is about this rotating cells. How does they move? It's mechanically or they have some engine?
They will detect, for example, if you're taking something in the morning and it realizes, so you open the fridge and you will see that it moves. It moves automatically when it is recommending, but if you change the rotation yourself, you can also do it manually. So it has the capability of doing both.
I had a problem with my grandmother because she ate some food that doesn't even look very bad when they had the best before it. So I just suggest something to do when some light comes up, but don't eat it. So
Okay.
that would be better for you. My grandmother wasn't dead right now. So that's good for give a good try.
Thank you for the suggestion.
What about the sandy? I don't follow open lakes, which follow from
We have thought about this. What if we cover the food? Because we usually cover the food when we store inside. So the fridge will detect the date when you are putting that covered thing inside. So when it is going to be there for 2 days, it will come in front of you.
Those like today and tomorrow, they are inside.
Yes.
But if there is like 8 and 1, there is like, say 32 of those tomorrow. So for a get rid of the discussion, how long they could be.
Are you talking about clicking the screen? So right now we are only limiting it to a week. But for the reason why we're doing it because we do not want to complicate the system. So you click it and you change the date. But in the future, we were also thinking that maybe you can just press the area and it will be voice recognition. You can also set a date and leave the touchscreen like that as well.
Just if you collect already ideas here, then why not to split the price and put it in between two condominium rooms, so it's opens to both sides, so you can have half price of your new fridge. Only one door can be open at a time.
Okay, so thank you so much. And our final student project, again, along the social themes in cooperation with the Estonian Universal Design Incubator, and it's a traveling aid for elderly people.
Hello everyone. We are the last presentation of the day, so just keep your seatbelts on just a little longer. Very familiar announcement, I hope. We are Waypass. We are the multi-sensory wayfinding assistance solution. Something that goes up and never comes down. That's basically age. We are all getting older, whether we like it or not. And this is something we cannot stop really. And with age comes this brilliant holiday that never ends. That's retirement. And hopefully, there's two things that goes well with retirement. That's money and saving. Time and savings, which generations before us had better idea of. Our generation maybe not so much, but it's getting there. And it has opened a whole new door to travel. So the travel industry is benefiting very well out of their way. So they have a huge market where the elderly kind of boosts its popularity by traveling to destinations away from home. So this is our area of interest. But along with it comes the very obvious, our body deteriorates alongside our age. You have a loss of hearing, the vision gets a little blurry. Physical limitations, you can't keep up with everyone else, hopefully. And the fear of unfamiliarity. You try to stay home a lot more. You don't want to travel with people who are speaking louder on phones, and it's just an isolation factor. So, testing this out with my own mother, asked her whether she would like to come and visit me here in Estonia. huge excitement, conversation for hours. Then she realized she has to go through 4 airports, which is a great experience for most of us who are done that. But then you hit anxiety because the airport itself is a complicated place. You have to be mindful of the time. There's security, there's navigation through long corridors, and you have all these stages that you go through, and you kind of feel like you're being watched all the time unnecessarily. Then you have the feeling of helplessness because, especially if you're traveling abroad, most airports aren't built for everyone who speaks English. Even though it is an international space, you kind of feel helpless, whether you're coming from maybe within an domestic space as well. So the future of travel itself is the smart travel hub concept. So if you know Changi Airport, for example, it's a city within an airport, basically. You have a lot more things to do, but unfortunately, you don't do things that you wish you could do within maybe a 10-hour transit. So the idea is to make sure that your travel is done efficiently through the integration of big data. So how can we do that? Because in the present, we are stuck with this maybe a little bit more updated version of that. It's a boarding pass with no proper real-time interaction with us. You have a very steady set of information that you're supposed to know, and that's who you're supposed to be for the whole journey. And Maria will explain how the navigation works.
So, in order to understand like what happens within this navigation in the complex environments such as airports, we mapped it out and we found out, there are several stage like checkpoints or like moments that we have to go through. And then there are questions that come with it. Like for instance, when you're at the check-in desk, you want to know where you are and where you have to go to find your gate. Maybe through the journey you want to ask for support. And you of course want to know and be notified if there are any changes in your itinerary. And the way it's happening right now is that you have to look into these big screens that have a lot of information and a lot of unnecessary information for you particularly. So what is missing is a travel synergy, a mapping system which is synced with real-time data. So this is when we came with our solution, which is WayPass. WayPass is an interactive solution for complex indoor navigation such as airports. We want to enhance this experience, syncing it with real-time data. So we designed a device, which is a wearable device. You can put it with a strap around your neck, or you can clip it on your clothes. It has an integrated retractable holder that you can hand it over to some, let's say, airport staff if you are asking for support. It has a contactless point that is used in the check-in moment. So that's how the personal information is put into the device. And it has a grip-sensitive casing, so it's easy to hold and it doesn't fall off your hand. And it has a touch screen where you see all the information that is relevant for you. So it has basically 3 main elements: real-time alerts through validations, sensor-based positioning for tracking, and filtered updates. So as I was saying, there is a lot of unnecessary information in the airports, and what we want is to show what is actually relevant for you. So to achieve these 3 things, we developed an interface which is made out of 3 components. One is the information that you might want to access within the airport, such as restrooms or restaurants, or maybe you want to ask for assistance. On the right side is the personal information, is basically the replacement of the regular, boarding pass, but it's updated and you will be notified if there is any change in your itinerary. And then the navigation, which is very important. People get lost very easily. So you will be notified when there is any change in the route within the navigation inside the airport. And you will be also notified with important tips, like for instance, if you are approaching to security, some people might not know that they have to take their liquids out or the computer, etc. So how these features will be in the same journey that we were talking about before, but when you're already using WayPass. So you will receive the device in the check-in desk, and through all the journey, you will be able to access the directions, and you will be notified if there are any changes in your itinerary. You also will be notified if you are taking too long to get to your gate and you're running out of time, basically.
Yeah, you reach your gate, and when you're on the plane, you basically need to know what is the seat that you need to use. So no longer are the days where you have to shop through crowds to find out what's going on at the flight. It's at the tip of your fingers. And we will apply this on a situation. So, for example, if there's any sudden changes with your flight routes, it's updated immediately with an alert. Also, you can see your luggage confirmation, which is something that we have all worried about, whether you and the bag are on the same flight or not. So you can actually see that your luggage is checking the same flight, and also the trackability. So imagine a situation of a flight cancellation during a transit where you have to actually take off your bag sometimes. The idea is to sync the airport with the people around it. So you have the wearables, that's the orange that the people have on, and also the blue you can see, that's the sensors based in the airport. And also the yellow on top, that's the big data, it's a Wi-Fi positioning connection. So the people in the airport, the staff, are able to track the foot traffic within an airport. So they can conveniently divert them to do maybe 5 counters versus a 2 counter versus a shortest queue. It's able to measure the distance and it's able to give a live update. So the idea is to have systemized redirection. So the airport staff has control of you to a certain extent. That's why not the phone. So you have a separate device that's linked to the airport staff that are able to control the flow of traffic within the airport section. And that's the trackability issue. This is another very common scene, not the most pleasant one, where elderly who have requested assistance are put in a wheelchair and they're kind of stuck alongside certain places. And you don't really see them wandering around airports. You don't have that freedom. So the idea is to provide them with this pass that they can actually have certain amount of independency. So only if you need help, you'll be asked to come and collect maybe with a card, and they can be positioned in a certain place. But within the airport, they have the freedom to roam around as they wish to. And considering it's around their neck, they have the freedom to have the wheelchair within their own grasp. So these are alerts. The reason why we use vibrations for this is because an airport situation is already very noisy. If you try to have like sound systems that work wrong, then they might not really hear it. If you feel a sensation, then you actually feel that you need to look at the device itself. So the system will have 3 main components. The input beacons we included because some areas don't have Wi-Fi. At the same time, there's a situation that the Wi-Fi system might go down. Beacons work as offline proximity sensors. So for certain areas that can be used, and also Wi-Fi positioning. Processing can be done through a kit-based product in the device itself. And the charging docks which are placed at the check-in point and also the boarding area if needed. And then the output is done through color-based signals for visual effects and also vibration alerts. The outcome of this is a real-time interaction, a smart navigation companion which is customizable overall to enhance your travel experience. Thank you for listening and safe flight.
Thank you so much. I have to postpone the questions for the after event because there are nervous news cameras behind the door. Because we now have to come to the final event of the whole seminar. Thank you. And it is about the fashion and textile. It has become a tradition to give out an award for the best textile or fashion student every year. And our partner in this is Abakan Fabrics. And here to present the award is head of chairman of the board of Abakan, Christina Stroh, and head of our academy's fashion department, Piret Pupat.
Thank you. So the intro was done, and we are just here and very, very happy about the fact that we were given the chance to wrap up this beautiful event in EKA, which I think has been a big success. And to give a bit of or lean a bit towards the soft values here, because we saw a lot of wonderful projects that we're presenting
technology-inspired projects and innovations. To add a bit of the soft factor, then this Abacan Creative Award will wrap up the things very nicely and will be a perfect cherry on top of the cake. Now, as the design showcase, and also Abacan Creative Award has or is being given out for the second time, so we're exactly the same age. What was required of the students who can apply for this scholarship is they have to be fashion or textile background. And the aim here is to kind of elevate, to give those students wings and the possibility to invest it in themselves, whether it's a research work or it's a collection they want to develop. But we believe this is something that will also lift up those innovations in the academy within. The results of this year's applications was quite rich. We got a dozen full of splendid portfolios, and the criteria was that the students had to present at least 5 elaborately worked through projects that they have compiled over the past few years, that they have been studying here in the EKA. And well, I think the kind of a prestige of this scholarship has really risen quite a lot, and we had much harder decisions to make this year. But now let's go to the nominees, 3 nominees of the whole award. We will have Christina Strong here just reading out a few thoughts how the nominees presented themselves before announcing the winner to you. So we start first with Carolot, and I ask Christina to speak a bit.
So Carolot has told about herself, I am passionate about making clothes that characterize you as a person. There should be life and soul in the clothes that I design. I would like to put our everyday emotions into one garment so that our clothes remain to be the memories of what we have been through. The biggest generalization which I am fighting against is the image of men's fashion. People think that men are conservative and modest in their outfits, and that it makes no sense to offer them extravagant designs. Wear your clothes with pride, wear with it, and sometimes even wear as not intended. Dress your emotion, or it will catch cold. And Ingrid Helena Paja, our single textile designer among the nominees. Art is a study of the qualities of materials and ideas by means of my perception, organizing word by my hand. By reaching the essence of things through art, I also get closer to myself.
And now, well, we have the drum roll, of course, in our heads, but I think you can all imagine it, and this wonderful award from Abacan, a €2,000 prize for the student to carry on her studies, goes to Katrin Asma. Could you come here? A designer who works strongly with brutal, irritating topics, but is actually socially very sensitive about bringing together different ethnic groups and merging them closer. So thank you, Katrin. Wonderful. And as a continuation, to actually get a better grip of all the nominees' work, to see it close, to understand maybe the hardships behind, because there's a lot of blood spilled when even sewing a single coat sometimes. You are very, very welcome to go to the third floor when you start to have the mingling hour, so to say, because we have an exhibition there. So all the nominees, Ingrid Helena Pajo, Katrin Aasma, and Carol Ott, have their mini exhibitions there, so you will see what the fuss is about. Thank you very much.
I noticed that the winner wasn't interested in speaking, but I think it's also a traditional question we ask every year. What do you plan to do with this award?
I don't know yet because I was so surprised to get it, so I have to start planning now.
Okay, I hope it's something good.
My mother has always taught me, don't spend the money you don't have in your pocket, so now I have it in my pocket, I can start spending.
If I don't. So thank you so much for coming and staying with us all this time and all these hours. As said before, there's a chance to network yet. I hope there's some coffee left. And if you haven't signed these papers, you should do it. And yeah. Okay, great. So any unanswered questions, any ideas you got? Because I hope you got really good many ideas. Let's address them on the second floor. And as said, there's an exhibition on the third floor and hope to see you next year again. Thank you. Sorry. Oh yeah, sorry, there's a tour. Who wants to see the building? There's a gathering at the main entrance. So in 15 minutes, the tour will leave. So thank you and see you again.
Saagi veel kohta teha.
kõik on väga tore, aga teeme siukse aitäh, aitäh. Ja vabandust, et
see on nagu tõesti